Good afternoon slash evening. It is exactly noon where I am. So, as the description suggests, I have talked to my father and friend who is also playing Blueprints. We compared some of our notes. There are some things I have solved that he has not, and vice versa. And so, we tried to share in the least spoilery way as possible. Suggestions for us to pursue further avenues. And so I have a list of things that I made last stream, and I have some things that I have designed to do based on our conversation. Notably, he told me that one of the clues that I thought I had determined, let's pull this up, shall we? 46 down. So here, the last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. I thought that meant one of these. I didn't ask him to tell me where it was, but he told me it wasn't found in the inner sanctum anywhere. And so my theory now is that it's in the Mechanarium, which we will show you. It gets an additional door for each gear room you have in your house. And so I suspect that if you get all 8 doors open, the last one will have a key, because the third door, I think, had a security upgrade disc. And so that seems like the kind of progression. Why did I send... Oh, because I kept the lucky purse. Nice. It would have been nice to keep the frickin' master key, but the moon pendant, we kept the moon pendant, and that is good. Okay, so directory. Problem is, I've never committedly drafted the Mechanarium because getting gear rooms is hard. There aren't many of them. Through the breaker box, the power source, pump room, which takes the pool, security, workshop, laboratory. And I don't see a 7th gear room. Just the Mechanarium, but we need 8 total. None of the outer rooms count. So that makes me think that we need the Chamber of Mirrors to try to make it happen. Either the Chamber of Mirrors, or there's a found floor plan that I haven't found yet, because I'm still missing, I think we can see here. I'm still missing 4 rooms. I know where one of them is. One of them is room 8, but there are 2. 2 that might be gear rooms. So anyway, let's go see. My blessing of the shrine is over, and if I can get the blessing of the tinkerer, drafting mechanical rooms triggers your laboratory experiment. That could be pretty good. So anyway, we have a couple of objectives today. Yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. Yeah, I think we'll take the shrine. We have a lot of money. We could make a huge donation. Let's see. So I'm gonna... I know that the Tinkerer is 21. But I'm gonna test my theory again. Let's see if the Tinkerer is also 13. 13 is the monk. Okay. So my theory is incorrect for what governs the shrine blessing. But this is pretty good. This will give us, like, we could put the Mechanarium here and have it draftable. And then potentially that would give us, heck, an additional copy of the Mechanarium, or it would just let us be able to draft it whenever we want, rather than needing to find it in the house. So, I think that'll be our goal, at least for this day, is to make sure we draft the Mechanarium and end our day there, so that the Blessing of the Monk can enable that. So one of the things that we saw, again, the Nook is one of the corner cases in a new clue that has a check mark next to it. And so the lowercase letter, or lowercase word, I think, matters. And we have the words beside West Gate so far. We don't know what the last word is, and we need to draft the patio for that. So we are also looking to do that. And then beside that, we wanted to see if we can draft the shelter and the laboratory and run an experiment to, let's do the storeroom. See if that triggers the radiation and unlocks all the doors in the house, because that would be a convenient trick to know about for sure. We'll draft one here, one up here. Observatory is pretty good. See what we get. We now have 53 stars. So we always get the inkwell, and then it resets. Okay, so I think getting up to 100 stars and then start using stars as drafting resources would probably be pretty good. Okay, but let's go back and draft these two. Come on. Yeah, still a couple of big questions we have. Look at the pantry here, why not? Pantry is one of those floor plans. Bridge, that's where we get the word Bridget. Bridge, or sorry, that's where we get the word bridge for it. It's from Bridget. Again, a name that does not show up anywhere in, like, the directory information of the house. We want security because it's a mech room. We have one trunk probably in the den, or again, it could be in the shrine. I keep telling myself to just accept that it's the one in the shrine, but it's hard. Low and unlocked for now. Exit. Go over. I mean, yeah, laboratory. Get them early. We'll get the parlor next, because we need gems. I think this is probably good. We like to draft bedrooms in general. But we want more letters in the mailroom, so do that. I think I read the emails here. I just want to verify. Yes, that was the freezer access stuff. Cool. Let's get another gem from the boudoir. We don't want the parlor turned that way. So then we just take the commissary. And the sleeping mask definitely rewards the decision to draft or to have the laboratory experiment be the bookshelf one. I said bookshelf, the bedroom one. Drawing room also replaces itself. Chapel is oriented a little better, and we certainly don't mind losing the coins. We have a lot of coins. So then we'll take the chapel. A parlor or the terrace. Let's just take the terrace here. This is a good spot for it. A banana? Okay, this is risky. We could take the guest bedroom here. And we'll just have to guarantee. We have 2 rerolls, so I think we'll just do that. Kind of blows, but. Leave the chapel. Am I just blind? Yes, I am just blinded, but it was kind of hidden by the lamp. It does kind of suck to leave security this far behind, but it's kind of a c'est la vie. Laboratory does not involve digging, so let's dig away. Worthless old brick. Okay, moment of truth. Moment of truth. That's awful. Parlor gets us out. We'd like the nursery, but it gets us. We need the parlor first. Plus an apple. Okay. The blue box has 2 false statements. The box with 2 true statements has the gems. The black box has a false statement. The gems are not in the box with 2 false statements. The white box has a true statement. The black box has a true statement. So my gut instinct is that these are both false. These are both true. And then these can still both be true. But if that's both true, and the black box has a false statement, it could be that this is true or this is false. Then this can still be true. It's not in here, and it would be in the black box. I think it's functionally the same if this is false and this is true, and these are both true. It would still be in the black box. So let's just take that shot. Oh, I'm bad. That's okay. We have 2 gems. It's not as many as we would prefer, but we're trying to draft gear rooms. So I think we're going to take the workshop, even though it's a little riskier. I love me a magnifying glass. Good thing to have in general. I don't know if I want to change anything. I don't remember what the detector shovel does. Yeah, I think I'd rather just have metal detector and shovel separately. But we'll see if we can get like the broken lever and so I've gotten screwed over by the dark room so many times. I think bedroom. Open this. Close. West Wing Hall is good. We want the breaker box at some point, but we want more door options first. We can still put the nursery here. Blows to use a gem, but we want letters delivered to the mailroom. The Red Prince. Yeah. Library is probably okay. Lets us check out another book. And gives us a treasure map. And now we get to sit and listen to this 15-second soundbite of digging. Yes, we wanted the gem one more than the money one. Because that sets us up nicely for the rest of this day, pretty much. Okay. Too many moments of truth. We can do the rotunda. I'm a little bummed that this isn't a gear room, if I'm being honest. But the rotunda gives us good access, and we have all the... okay, it's not all the gems in the world. We can't delude ourselves with that, but... I think we're just going to check out a new clue again. I don't think I need to check out the other books. I'm pretty confident that we've checked out the ones that matter. The manual and the magazines don't matter. We have access to the fixed stars. We technically have access to Oilman Ruin, though it's a damaged version. I have pictures of all of the Curse of Blackbridge. Swimbird didn't seem to matter very much, and I did get pictures of all the Sightseer's Guide, so I think it's just... I have pictures of all the history of Verindia. I think it's just a new clue. So we'll keep checking that out. For now, let's rotate this twice, just so we have easy. We'll get the slow part out of the way. Which is waiting for these frickin' doors to rotate. Okay. See, that's very interesting. Rotunda means clockwise room in Arahan. And so I think Rot is clockwise, and Tor would be counterclockwise, and that is good to know. I want you to write that down, because on the map in the 3rd grade classroom, there's a whole little diagram that looks like a diagram that looks like instructions for how to open something that has a certain pattern on it. Rules. Yeah, anyway. The good things to know. I have 3 keys. I don't want to go up here, though. Corridor always being unlocked, I think, is a good thing for up here. Pool hall, because we want the key card if possible. We have all the coins in the world. We have a lot of steps. Gambit of the Queen might be beneficial here. It's either Gambit or Armory, but we don't really want to direct the Armory today. We have a lot of other rooms we want in our house, so I think we'll just do Gambit of the Queen. One-third of 9 minus 1/3 of 3. 2. 1/3 of 3 squared, as far as I know, is 1. Plus 1/3 of 3 squared is 4. Plus 1/3 of 3 is 1. 5 squared is 20. Minus 1/3 of 5, yeah, it's 25. Minus 1/3 of 15 is 20. 1/3 of 10? You bastards. What do you want me to do with that? 3.3 times 3 squared? Do you want me to round a game? What do you want me to do? Oh, fam. 9 squared is 81. Minus 1/3 of 3? 80 divided by 11? Fam, what do you want from me? Ugh. Nope. Not 8, it seems. 2. And then this one was... One squared plus 1 squared, 4 plus 1 squared. This one was 20. A third of 10, 3.3 times 3, I think, is 9.9 squared, 81. But then 0.3 times 9. That's 3, so 84. No, wait. 9.9 squared. So maybe it's 9 because it's like 91 something divided by 11. Okay. Disgusting. And thank you for the key card. Maybe it's worth it to walk all the way back to security to upgrade security just because I don't have that many keys. We get 3 more from the Gambit of the Queen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26. I mean, it costs less and gives us 5 total keys to go here, not to mention that we still want to get the garage at some point in this house. That would give us a bunch more keys as well. So I think we're just going to keep it as it is and just draft this side of the house first. I think courtyard here, just so we can get the other sides. Rusty nail. Turnips, please. Turnips. Anyone? Turnips? Both of these are unlocked. That's pretty good. I think veranda being free is probably good. Take another gem. If we get a key from this, we'll open that trunk. We didn't get a key, we'll probably not open the trunk. We have the key card, and that's the biggest reason we'd want to open trunks. Office is pretty good. It gives us a gem. Often has items. We can try to get the conservatory on the other side. Coins, at least. Take the gem. Sure. Rumpus room. Let's go see what Alzara has to say, shall we? I've only been in this room 5 times, right? But 5 times should be enough to remember where the keys are, the coins are, when it's functionally the same every time. Okay. Getting my Alzara Fortunes page open. Just a heads up to one person who is watching. It's not like it's scary by any stretch, but it is suddenly more intense and more loud than it normally gets. So if you are doing something else while you're watching, then be warned. You know who you are, who I'm talking to. Of course, this is banking on whether there is a 6th fortune for me to hear. So let's see. Is there not a 6th fortune? There we go. Okay, buddy. What do you got for me?
As it was foretold, I awakened for one last time by the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to impart to you one final vision. In the dim, I see cavern walls of stone. A hollow lit by a sea of 1,000 burning stars. I see a treasure buried beneath the cliff rocks. A black mirror hidden among the memories of the falling sands. And within the black mirror, I see a figure. A figure standing in sullen snow. All of what I have told you, my young Baron, I wish you to now know. Until we meet again some distant day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay, very, 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 very spicy. Very spicy. So, the infinity carving with the statues and the campfire suddenly gets very spicy here because we have this from the gallery. I didn't read the statue engravings, I couldn't see them very clearly, but this statue exists somewhere in the house. The other thing is that the red wheelbarrow with a rose and an apple, there is that same red wheelbarrow in room 46. The stop sign and the fire hydrant aren't there. But so it makes me wonder if these things are like somehow actually in the house somewhere. So very spicy Alzara vision, to say the least. Okay, cool. Thanks, Elzara. We appreciate your wisdom. Only having 3 keys, I think I am going to go back to security at this point. We have at least 3 more bedrooms we can draft. I guess none of them are ones that we really want to draft. I guess the master bedroom is bunk room and servants' quarters are both dead ends. So it'll be risky, but I mean, yeah, let's take this risk first. Lockpick set, that's good. Nice. Why didn't my metal detector go off for that, though? Okay. So let's... Yeah. Let's go back up security. Since we have the key card. Again, doing the waiting early. Oof, I don't know if it was worth it. This is so many steps. We also don't have the secret garden as a backup. There isn't a trunk in here, so I think that the shrine trunk counts as a trunk. I don't know when I'll ever be confident. I'll probably only be confident about that when I open it and it no longer counts. But also, the trunk in that vision was the first trunk, so I'm wondering if I'm going to have to do that sooner than I want to. And again, the Curse of Black Bridge is relevant to all of this somehow. Ooh. We can do the Dovecote. We'd probably be better off just redrawing. Music room gives us keys. That's something. Dark room gives us anxiety. I'm going to draw once more. Dining room. Perfect. We want the steps. We want the meal. Once again, am I blind, or is it just a coin that's hard to see? I'm dumb, actually, because the lunchbox triggers that. This is the furnace. We don't want to draft the furnace. But that said, we're not going to have dinner just yet in case we accidentally draft the furnace. So let's go down first. See what we can get down here. We certainly don't need the closed exhibit. It's kind of a dead draft. We could secret passage to the bunk room and just restock our steps that way. Cloister of Rinna is basically free. We haven't drafted the aquarium yet, and we haven't drafted the spare green room. So let's see if we can up our luck. Okay, so we want the aquarium down here, if possible. Well, c'est la vie. See, that is lucky, getting both of them in the same room. Pretty good. And then aquarium here going up and down would be great. I said aquarium here going up and down would be great. I said, anyway. Again, we want the breaker box, but I don't know if I want it here. I would rather pick the secret passage, get a green room guaranteed, and then either get the patio or the greenhouse on that spot. I'm going to take that as a risk. Hang on now. I don't think I have 2 terraces in my draft pool. Maybe I do. All the numbers going up at once. We don't want the freezer. We'll take the gym. Not great. It's a little bit of a gamble, but we want the extra room. I think we're going to put the breaker box first. We don't have the garage, so it's a little less useful, but we're going to put the breaker box first. And then hope we can get like the mechanarium here, perhaps. We have laboratory, security, workshop, utility closet. We don't have the pool room yet, and we need the pool room too. We can do drawing room. Yeah, I mean, it's a good spot for it. It gives us a bunch of extra steps, and another letter. So we should be pretty set on steps for the rest of the day. So, why are there so many duplicate rooms? I didn't think that I had added these to my raft. Cool. I think I added a second secret passage, but I don't remember adding the second terrace. I think I'm gonna redraw these. Not good. We have the utility closet right here, so we can draft the dark room and then open and turn the lights back on. Nope. Because again, we have a serpent of steps now. A lot of stuff. Okay. Let's go. Let's go over and then up if we can. We'll take the hallway. Yeah, being lucky really pays off. We wanted the mechanarium here, but the pool is also good. We can redraw floor plans a lot if we want to spend our stars. Plus, I mean, two more dice is pretty good. Pump room. That's another. That's the one we wanted. Except it goes not the way I thought it did. That's an oof. But I guess we have a quick way back too, so it's fine. Maid's Chambers is a bedroom, and it gives us access to those other drafts, so I think we'll take it. Conservatory. We want to see if we can adjust the rarity of certain mechanical rooms if possible. That's not what I wanted. Servants' quarters. Every once in a while, getting additional keys is really helpful. And so unusual is good. I kind of want to make it rare, but I think I'm going to keep it as unusual. Music room, the fact that it costs 2 gems is the biggest downside. Excuse me, biggest downside to it. I got the sanctum key that you can get from this room easily. But also having it be more common would give it no, okay. I'm gonna make it rare, because like more often than not I just skip it. Fine, never mind. We'll keep things as they are and hope that we get a better pick of rooms next time. Mechanarium, please. Oh, but the patio. Yeah, we want the patio. We need the last word. Last word in our puzzle. Buried, okay. Buried beside West Bridge, so we have the shovel. So we'll go out and check that. Okay, let's go draft our last room in the house. Hopefully, I mean, we can re-roll until we get the mechanarium if we need. I think I made it rare, not realizing that it was going to be important. I made it rare on a previous conservatory draft. And I also don't know whether adding more gear rooms to your house later in the day also opens more doors. I don't know how many stars I'm willing to spend on this, but I have a lot of them. Perfect. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doors in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's even counting the door that we came in from. So does it not count itself? Because we have pump room, utility closet, security laboratory, workshop. So there should be, so it doesn't count itself. That is 5 doors counting the door we came in from. And so we need to get 1, 2, 3 more. Yeah, crazy. Or we don't. Wow. Cool. That is, I mean, arguably that is the last door of 8, even if the other doors don't show up, per se. So does the mechanarium just give you, or we cheesed it. We might have cheesed it. Because there aren't connecting doors here, maybe we were able to just force the last door of 8 to appear. I think that seems likely. Literally perfect. Okay, so let's go use the Sanctum key we got. Fastest way, we have to go all the way back through the Rotunda, yeah. Let's use the Sanctum key. We can probably go use the upgrade disc first, because we want to end our day in the mechanarium if possible. 61 steps, we should have more than enough. I am going to eat the pizza just in case. Let's have dinner. I truly love pizza. I mean, like, all greasy fast food tends to taste really good, but, like, in my opinion, pizza is a cut above 80% of the time. There are bad pizzas out there, but I just adore pizza. Okay. I think we're going to go out and see if we can dig up whatever is buried beside West Ridge. And we'll stop by security first, and then we'll go down to the Foundation and use the Sanctum key. I kind of want... The other thing my dad said is he kind of brute forced many of the sigils, and I want to see how many we can brute force based off of what we have in our notes. Because we have the color of most of them already. And we have a couple of snippets of information about some of them. I thought I had the opportunity to upgrade the guest bedroom before. Add 2 to your allowance? Quest bedroom? I love that. I love that. Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. That could be really good. There aren't any bedrooms that are bad to get. I mean, okay, if it's the frickin' other bedroom, just the normal bedroom that costs or gives you +2 for entering, that would be the bad one that you could get. I kind of don't hate the quest bedroom, because having a consistent way to add money to your allowance rewards me for all the times I just head empty, always open antechamber levers. But also I just don't think I need money. Like, I prefer the steps to the re-rolls, and so I think I might just do the guest bedroom. Because again, the master bedroom gives you 1 step for every room in your house, and that's pretty good. A +1 key for every bedroom in your house is pretty good. If you have double nursery effects, that's pretty good. I don't know. I think keeping it simple, I prefer to keep things simple, and I love the idea. I want to see what the quest bedroom looks like, because when you upgrade rooms, it does change things a little bit. I think I want to see what the quest bedroom looks like. Yeah, cool. Okay. Buried beside West Bridge. To be fair to whomever is, like, A microchip. That's pretty huge. It's pretty huge. To be fair to whomever is the subject of a new clue, the investigator that Marion is giving the middle finger to be fair to whomever they are, it takes pretty unfettered access to the house to get to find some of these clues. So I'm not shocked that they weren't able to solve what now Simon is able to solve because of his ownership of the house and drafting every day. I also don't even know if those notes were written for anyone prior to Simon showing up. So that likely means that the rest of or at least some other clue in a new clue that gets the last microchip. And I don't know if having them out here or having them in Blackbridge proper is better, but I assume we'll need to do both at some point. But yeah, that is pretty cool. Again, mentioning back to the Great Alzara Fortunes, I want to know what's behind this gate, and I want to know what triggers opening this gate. I obviously don't want anyone to tell me, but that's the thing that is most in the back of my mind, taking up space, is I want to go to the Courtyard of Stone that I assume is back here. I guess a theory, a question. The Great Alzara Fortunes show Simon as the person who is in these things, but what if it is Herbert who did these things originally and Alzara is just supplanting Simon into those positions now that he is the Baron? Anyway, okay, Sanctum Key. The real dream is that we can get Fanaries as whichever door we open, because we know for sure that we have that sigil. And I would like to solve more of these if possible. I'm hoping I never need to go back to the safe house again, the safe room. And like, I don't know. I don't know if this is a clue or not. But when you assemble all three pieces of the map, it says the eighth angel points to our dreams. And when you open the catacomb lever, the scythe is pointing to the island in the center here. I don't think the Sanctum Key was in there. So I'm wondering if there might be something on that island that I still need to find. But yeah, I don't know. Excuse me. We have the moon pendant still, and so I do low-key want to go grab the Blueprints crown, because the Blueprints crown is pretty convenient. Okay, so I'm thinking that we just open the last door on this side, but we could mirror it and have it be more satisfying when we come back, because I have no idea how to open or how to get the key in the bank of a vault, vault of a bank, whatever, and I have no idea where the prince on or king on his throne is that would have the fifth sanctum key. I think I'm just gonna not think about it and open this door. Yeah. Let's check the very easy reference of okay, so we want foggy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then red. Let's quickly pull up Realm and Rune. I say quickly, I have to scroll through my, again, 200 something pages of notes to find it. Red is squiggles, but we also need to change the kind of moat. I think that's the top one. Yeah. So we need the military. And then we need this. Nope. This. Okay. Fen Iris achieved. What are the rules for the Fen Iris puzzle box, huh? At the end of the 5th era, after the Grand Realm of Fen Iris was established, more Ajai boxes of the realm were graced with red tiles in honor of General Teskin's victory. When the tiles are pressed, all black tiles on the box turn red in triumphant victory, while all white tiles on the box turn black, serving as the outclassed and struggling reinforcements of the dwindling Desolé army. This was the second door, I think. Yeah, second door. So we'll put this underneath Orinda Iris. We're gonna make all the corners red. I don't have the Korarica one solved. And so I don't know what the orange ones do. Right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So we got to get the... Okay, we can do this. Get this here. Do that. this. Red, red. Swap the corners. Red, red. Oh, but I have to keep them all red. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's very interesting. I'm going to come back to that, because I would rather spend my time. I don't think I need more of an allowance for a version. I'm actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. Suppose I should put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency, but I'm tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as we will just wind up here once again to join the other 7, which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons I learned along the way. As I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel. P.S. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. Okay, so there's certainly not just the sequence of the doors, because if Fen Iris was the last one, then that does not make sense for does not make sense to have it be 1-8. Yeah, anyway. But that's good to know that Fen Iris was last. That means we have to read for other clues about the sequence here rather than just the order of rooms here. Okay, Arch Iris. What do we know about Arch Iris? We know from history that it's the farthest north, that it is a wild and untamed expanse, which at the time was not development, but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. There are railroads there. It's yellow. But I don't think we know much about the people there. Okay. So let's... I wouldn't be shocked if they were agricultural, based on the wide expanses. That's not changing the kind of ray. Let's see. Nothing, I think, explicitly rainy. The other thing my dad said is that most of the information he got came from the same source. I didn't ask him to confirm what source that was, because I still want to see if I can figure these out. But I have been running through my mind all the books and notes that I found. I can't think of one place that talks about all the nations of the world. The final exam wasn't very descriptive of that per se, and the map also did not have any like geographical data. Nor did the final exam say much. We're making assumptions. Colder realms in which snow is a common occurrence. farther north, it's probably going to be snowy, right? So let's try dotted. And transport. I mean, as far as I can suss out, they also still have trains. Yellow is the Jagged Lightning. Okay. So we are still missing 3 pieces of information. I think this is more than we really want to try to brute force. We could sit here for who knows how long and try to brute force it, but especially since we would have to reset to yellow every time we want to change the type of rays. I think that might be, yeah. So I think knowing the kind of ray is going to be something that we want to confirm before we start trying to brute force. And I think, we don't know for Kurarika, but I think for Nuance, we do know, I'm pretty sure that Nuance has air travel. And so that would be this. I mean, I think it's a bit of an assumption, but I think it's a good assumption that they would have windy weather if they are air travel enthusiasts, either windy or thunder. So we'll go with windy for now, and then the kind of moat is something we could potentially brute force off of this. I think industrial wouldn't be too far off the mark. Industrial or metropolitan. So let's try those first. Metropolitan. And then these guys are green, if I remember correctly. If that's green. It's kind of hard to tell. Dash dot, that's violet. That's black. That's white. That's yellow. That's pink. That looks like red. And that looks like orange. So this is definitely green. So that means they're either not metropolitan or not windy. So let's assume windy and just like try all of these. There we go. So they're also warlike. That's interesting. This is the 8th one, so we're gonna put this at the bottom. The nuance. Nuance or nuisance? Got him. Just putting this down at the bottom with my other sanctum stuff. Nuance. Nuance. Puzzle boxes became just as popular in the air hangars of Nuance as they had in the ports of Borajai. Green tiles were introduced with the ability that allowed them to instantly jump across the board, represent the ease with which air travel conveys its cargo. When green tiles are pressed, the tile swaps with the opposite tile on the far side of the board. And we also discovered that you can duplicate tiles or duplicate green ones. I think Kurarika is learning And so they will learn the cultures of other tiles if you rip. Okay. So purple, I think purple only goes down. And so we want this and this to then put, that also works. Because then we can do this and this. We move this over, but I don't know now if I can move this green one to where it needs to be. Because this will swap. This will push it over. But that doesn't help me anymore because I can't get that out of the way. So, okay, so we need to move this tile somehow. Find some way to get it up or down a row. Oh. So sandwiched by the white tiles. Okay. Okay. Do we want to move this over? Get this back to a safe spot. Put this here. Swap, I think. Swap this. Move tile here. Swap this. Move tile here. That doesn't do it? Is it perhaps because there's two sandwiches that it's not able to decide which one it wants to be sandwiched by? Swap this over. Swap. So let's start doing our best to convert this one. How do we do this? I don't think this is what my brain is ready for today. Okay, so that works. This just stays at the bottom. So I think I do need to swap this. Get this down 1, swap back. Then I need to swap the black here. Get it in the middle. Push this over, swap. Because I think I need to use the purple one to push it so that two of the green ones. I need to get the purple one into a side grow so I can get the purple in the middle. So I think I need to do that first. Swap up, swap over, push down, swap over. Purple up here. Swap, push. And then I can push over, push down, push over, get this one here. Swap, push over, swap. I don't know if that's gonna work out though. No, that'd be the swap. Oh, okay. I'm just dumb. Whew. Allowance upgraded. Interesting buildings, and that is the dirigible given by given by Nuance to Fenires as a gift. By far my favorite realm I visited during this trip, but I've always had a penchant for technology and I'm less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Kurarka. Mountains, that's big, or the beaches of Morajai. Perhaps I am just letting my childhood love of dirigiblocks compromise my objectivity. From the shops I have visited, it seems the series is just as popular here as it is back home. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I never thought that I would miss the sight of red flags. Via airmail, Mount Holy Estate. Okay, so Kurarka is a mountainous region. That might give us a clue that we can use to brute force, because surely they are educational. Kurarka was this one, I think. Yeah, surely they are an educational people. That's a moat that we can, because their whole shtick is the university, Kurarka University. So realm and room, my beloved. Let's puzzle stuff out. Academic. So the 3 lines are their sigil. This is their sigil for sure. If they're mountainous, what does that likely mean about the way that they travel? Could be horseback. Let's try horseback and see where that gets us. That's not what I want. Come on. No. Just in case, push the button. And we also are assuming that it's snowy in the mountains. That's furthered. The Dovecote has letters sent from Marion to her mother while she's at university at Kararka, and the one of them says that, oh, the pigeons are cold. Yeah, so I think snow is a safe bet for them. So then it's just the number of rays, which again, we're gonna go for horseback, and then we'll go. Shoot, I think that was orange. Yeah. Another 7 rotations, gentlemen. Orange. No! Oh! It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. No, why? Why? Snow. Orange. Okay. So it's either then not horseback or not snow. So if they're mountainous, what else could they be? Could be stormy weather, I think. That would be an okay bet. It could be windy. But I think horseback is less likely. I think it is likely to be snow over horseback. So they could do, I mean, let's be whimsical. Maybe they do turtleback travel. Three rays, that's trains. I don't think Kararka has trains. Aviation, it could be aviation. Because I mean, if you're in the mountains and you have dirigibles as a... Yeah, okay. 2 across is camels. I don't think you have snow in deserts, but arid maybe. So maybe we can try camel. Okay. Turtleback. Whimsical, maybe Kararka is the place of turtles. That would have been great. I would have loved that. Naval. Let's try naval. Nope. Okay, so that seems to me that that is all the options for snow. So they could be windy. Or stormy. But that means we still also don't know what type of transport they are. Okay, I think I'm gonna not try to brute force this one because we also don't even know for sure that they're academic. And it's just a lot of spinning that I don't want to do right now. Because Okay, I mean, I guess we got the Sanctum Key for the Mechanarium, so we don't need to keep that room by any means. Is there any other room that we would like to make show up? Among these, I don't know. I don't think we need the library explicitly. I don't think we need the pump room either. Conservatory could be nice just to guarantee it. I kind of want to get a room that has 4 entryways, just in case there is something something hidden in there. But the only room that has 4 entryways is either the Mechanarium or the Rotunda, both of which take 3 gems to draft. That said, I can also just wait to go outside until after I get more gems. So maybe we'll try the Rotunda. Neat. Unfortunately, that does mean that we have successfully accomplished like 3 out of the 5 things that I had written down to test today. Which again leaves us in need of a new clue. Because we dug up a data chip from the from clues left in the corner case list on like the 2nd page of a new clue. We dug up a data chip, which means we have 1 left to find. Let me just look and see what else I had. The open the garage door might still be relevant. There is... I guess I don't think it's as relevant because we did find what's beside the bridge. But it might still be good to do just in case. Wander that path again, see if there's anything I've missed. Because I don't think I've done it since I opened the side passage. But yeah, I think we're good. Let's call it today. Do the next one. The other thing I had was to try to run a lab experiment with the shelter available to see if that opens all the doors. I think it does. That's kind of what it implies. I haven't done that. It's not, but it's a pretty well supported theory. So I don't think that's gonna unlock anything per se. So let's get at least 1 gem and then go outside the hallway. I mean, pool hall early is pretty okay. It occurs to me, yesterday I was surprised that I saw another secret passage, but the pool hall that I have does add another secret passage to the draft pool, so not as surprised thinking about that before. 1/3 of 10 rounded would be 3. 20 plus 18 divided by 10 rounded would be 4. 11 rounded maybe to 2 digits would be 10. 7 rounded to 2 digits would also be 10. 10 times 16 rounded to 3 digits would be 200 divided by 10 is 20. That's a long puzzle here. 18 rounded to 3 digits plus 1 is 1. Not too bad to have early. I would rather have a key card, but you know, choosing beggars as it were. Pantry. We also got a bunch of mail delivered to the mailroom. We'll need to go investigate that. Sure, we can just have this be a little resourceful loop. Functionally the same as putting the storeroom here. So let's put the storeroom and get that gem. And then let's go out and draft the rotunda in the corner. Or in the outside room. Again, just to see. Her ladyship's, the diary in her ladyship's chambers, Clara Epson's diary, has a picture of the outside room that looks like it has 4 doors off of it. And so I just want to see if placing a room in here that has 4 doors allows access to something else. So rotunda. Doesn't look like it. The only dynamite was in the trading post. I don't know. I don't think this doesn't look like a power hammer kind of thing, and I don't think a jack shovel or jackhammer would do anything either. So good thing to test, I think. A little bummed, but yeah, maybe there's a specific room that we need to put in here that would trigger something. I don't have a shovel, but you know, I guess while we're out here, I just want to go see if the security chip needs to be dug up again or not. A lot of steps, but again, we're pretty loose with what we wanted to accomplish today. We don't need to get through the house by any stretch. We kept the battery pack and we did keep the shovel. I didn't check that first. So I think that does mean that we don't need to dig it up again if we didn't get the prompt to do so. Yeah, still there. Cool. Cool. Starting the day with 50 steps, pretty much, just like the old days. I don't know if I'll ever need all the coins banked in the wishing well, but figure with my allowance as high as it is, doesn't hurt. Simply doesn't hurt. 10 I think is good, just because we want more. We want the gems that we've spent back. Pretty rough. We don't need the clock tower anymore, I don't think. We could just stick the hallway closet, but that also cuts off the foundation, which is always risky. Because you never know when you need to go down, but sometimes you do. Go parlor, because we have 3 keys. Three statements. Only one of this box's statements are false. The gems are in a box with 3 statements. There are the same number of true and false statements on boxes. That can't be true. Or unless that means that, like, if there are 6... Okay, if it's odd, if there's an odd number... No, even. Okay, so there could be 4 total true and false statements. Let's speculatively, true, false, true. Gems would be in this box. We have 2 true and 2 false, and that means... No. 3 true, 3 false, 1 true. which would mean these both have to be true and these both have to be false if that orientation is correct. And that would be false, false, and false. And that would line up with, that would not line up with these. Comes from the box with two statements. Because these both could be true without any problem. Both of these statements have a false box, or false. Both of these boxes have a false statement, and they're both next to this box. And if these are all false, it's not in a box with a true statement. It's not in a box with two statements. But then if this is false, then they would have to be in a box with one false statement. So I don't think that works out. So let's try only one of this box of statements is true. This one is true, and then these two are false. Which means that the gems are not in a box with a true statement. That means we'd be looking at whichever one is all false. And so if these are all false, that would invalidate this box as one with three statements. And this would have to be all true. So all of these are true. That can't be true because only one would still have to be false. So I don't think that works out. We would need three false and if it's true, true, false, we would need three false and two true. And so these two would be true, and these three would be false. I kind of need the gems, so I don't want to just take my chances. For this statement to be true, it has to be a hybrid box, and that means the others either have to be all true or false. And so that hasn't yielded a specific result, so I think this statement isn't true. I think all three of these could be false. If these are all true, then this could be a hybrid. And if the gems are in a box with a true statement, that would be false. If the only one of this box of statements is true. Gems are in a box with two statements. Would likely be false. If this top line is false, the other two could be true. And then it could just be, well, no, because if this is all true, then that couldn't be it. If both of these are false, that would only mean that it could be the white box. And that would be, if the gems are in a box, the false statement is false, then it can't be the white box. So this either has to be the hybrid or the true box. It's both of these ones are trying to invite themselves to be the hybrid box. Or, yeah, the hybrid box, because there can only be one hybrid box. Let's assume all of these are false for a second. Gems are not in a box with a true statement. Gems are not in a box with two statements. And the gems, it's false that only one of these is true. If these are all true, and this is the hybrid, then it could be true, true, false. Because that means well, if it's true, true, false, then that is an equal number of true and false statements. So I don't know if that works as well. That works either. True and false statements on boxes. Because if it is true, true, false, then that is true, true, and false, false, false. That is an equal number. That is false then. Well, then it's a double negative and it has to be true. This is tough. So the gems are in the box with the statements. Safely, we can say that neither of these can all be true. They're either all false or all or mixed, and so that means this box is true. Which doesn't help anything except make it a 50-50 instead of a 1 and 3. If this box is all false, gems are in a box with 3 statements, which is false. So I think this box has to be hybrid true, and this has to be all false. So that means they're not in a box with a true statement, and they are not in a box with 2 statements. And so I think they're in the blue box, because if this is hybrid true, only one of this box's statements are false. The gems are in a box with 3 statements. But that does still run into the fact that it makes the bottom one true, even if we're trying to say that it's false. Or, well, okay, no, we can just make this a lie. False, only one of the box's statements are false. Then it's false that there are the same number of true and false statements. Okay, so they're in the blue box. Right? Yes! Ugh. I enjoy a puzzle. I enjoy a puzzle. But man, some of the logic here. I don't want to get the maid chamber this early. I'm gonna do the bedroom, even though it's almost useless here. We'll just open this because we're not gonna come back and I want to see. We'll take it. Not my favorite combination of items, but it's better than just the money. We have the shovel, the foundation is cut off, so let's just dig up these spots before we go. We have a new clue waiting in the library to go look at again. So hopefully we can see the library and have a magnifying glass. Okay, not bad stats at the moment, I don't think. Let's go to the commissary, see what we can buy. Good, but also bad. I'm gonna buy a couple of things. I'm gonna hold off on the rest of the bananas in case I can get the salt shaker somewhere. I think we have to put the chapel or redraw, but I think the chapel's fine. Gymnasium's kind of rough, but we kind of go for it. We'll take the courtyard so we can get that spot. Not a lucky day, it seems, but a key is nice. I like the veranda a lot. Because finding green rooms is a thing I like to do. That's not a great option. Kennel's good just overall insurance, I think. One of the other things that my dad and I talked about, there's the cipher that we found in the precipice. This cipher. I'll move that to the side a little bit. And so it depends on where we're saying the cat is standing. It could be CASTLE, and then the E takes up the T. I don't know if I have the other picture here, but I think the key is this picture is part of this cipher, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything per se. The other information we have CI and blank, A blank 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 space blank, SIXPORLO blank, and then potentially E blank. Anyway, so that's, I think there's significance here. I don't know what the significance is offhand. And this is the good boy who wants pets today. We don't necessarily care about mechanical rooms anymore. We kind of solved that. We'll take the workshop because it often has a good item. Compass is okay, at the very least. And we could do the dowsing rod, which might help us be more lucky. But I think I want to keep the shovel, since I have the kennel now as my backup for not having keys. Conference room is a good thing to have. I still haven't drafted either of these. I feel like there should still be a safe in here somewhere. I can't, like, there's nowhere obvious that it would be, but like I don't know when the last meeting took place. We opened the office safe, and there was a red letter in there, not any meeting notes. So yeah. We could put the quest bedroom here. I think that's kind of a bad spot. I'd rather put the observatory. Do we still want to get more stars again? We still have enough coins that I think the knight would be a good pick. We haven't drafted up the left side like at all, so Gambit of the Queen could be a possibility, but we don't have that many steps either. I think we'll just see if we can do the armory. That's bad. That's all bad. Might as well. Gets us up there. It doesn't cost 2 coins like the casino does. I have the broken lever, so I could just make a ton of money. But I think let's go for the boudoir. And that's fine. Get those keys. armory. Sucks to put it up in the corner here, but not great. Not great, I would say. I want that axe that let us chop the chop the cost off of a room. I wonder if where you draft the armory makes a difference. Let's go back to the other gymnasium door and see if we can keep drafting down a little bit before we come up to this conference hall. I want to see if I can get more steps, and so doing things like the nursery and things like the kitchen, maybe. We've just spent a bunch of money, but dining room, peak. We don't have an aquarium yet, but we're likely to get one. Scary. I mean, we want the library. I don't think we have a magnifying glass, but at the very least we can check some things here. I have pictures of most of the things that you need to zoom in on the library for. I think we've solved what we need to about the suspect list. Dead cases, I don't know if those matter at all. We viewed all his cases. I don't know about that for sure, but we did solve this. That's led us to the data chip. This one is interesting because searching every corner in each of the tombs, these candles are the ones that can be lit. We did light those candles. We got the key to her ladyship's room. Or the key to the diary in her room. We got the note, but we have not translated the note. In this particular case, he checked every space. The tomb isn't one of the dead cases. It's the laboratory, closet, attic, furnace, and solarium. Maybe I haven't searched every corner in each of the tombs. I've looked high and low in a lot of rooms, maybe not all of them. Maybe I could do better looking at the ceilings of rooms. Maybe especially the room with the white castle in it. Looked under bed. He looked under beds and in notes. He questioned the maids. I've been questioning the maids for a long time because again, they're not listed on the registry as employees. The list that Randolph Moore sent us. Neither of the people pictured in the red room are like listed or named, as far as I can tell. Or at the very least, if they are, it's surprising that you would make Kimberly Thompson wear a maid outfit for work in the laboratory. I think that picture was taken before Kimberly Thompson signed on. The chauffeur, we know, was suspicious from working with Danny Ravane. There was the drop-off point, 14772 Sandy Lane, selling their moonshine. Already over when he spoke to the chauffeur. They already returned all of the letters. Who told him new clues were found only in books. I don't know the significance of apple, banana, orange either. ABO. We have the letters from these books, or the words from these books, but they don't seem to mean anything. We have Marion, the to north is what we've got. And that doesn't make sense. So tome after tome that the library owned, and all the books that he and the books that he had that he already owned were searched from their covers all the way through. He found a new clue. He'd know what to do. I still don't know about doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting. I can't think of other places I have seen like Merry Christmas or other others of those, but we have not seen places where right and right would be swapped over. There is a place where gates and gates would be swapped, but I don't know about right and right, or the third, R-I-T-E, that might also be relevant given the Great Azara prophecy that we saw. Checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. We doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found the diction of each word was sound. This, again, looks like that Mount Holly directory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This could be the Mount Holly directory. It could mean that we need to take a hammer somewhere in the main room. Laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. That's something we haven't done. Tried to measure the gaps between floor plans. It's a little unclear where one room begins and the other ends. So maybe that's something we can look at in further drafts. Man Obsessed and Cuckoo 2, they would say as he would wander through, the best medicine is not yet evidence. We found a new clue. We know it's true. The laughter is the best medicine, as they say. So, couldn't tell you that. And having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? I have seen all the signs, but I don't know what 2 5-letter words you would make off of the signs. Because there's a bunch of letters and it doesn't necessarily make sense. Dead end in major key, Z, Y, or X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Again, we figured out the major. These pictures, again, each of them are suspicious in their own way. Ballroom, the safe house in the aqueduct, and the shelter painting. I don't know what the White King, or I think this is King, means either. We found this, we got the backdoor access to the Blackbridge admin terminal. And then this looks half like writing and half not, but yeah. Something overlooked but now in view. Is there something now in view that has been overlooked? Surely it wouldn't just be clicking on things. This, I mean, I've overlooked this. I don't know what this is. Like the middle right picture that looks kind of like a river, kind of like a chasm of some kind. This could be like the foreman who was leaving the diary logs under the excavation tunnels. These are 2 very ambiguous people. This looks like a cook. I don't know who has this kind of hair. This kind of looks like Marion. In some of her, like the hat, the coloring of the coat. This looks like one of the people from the staff. Don't know who this is. Don't know what this is. This looks familiar, but I don't know what it is. Yeah. So we'll come back if we get the magnifying glass and see if we can glean anything more. But ooh. It's rough. I want to be able to draft down here, but again, I don't know what matters. I think we'll just take the foyer. Because there are still these hand statues that must point to something. We've clicked on all of these quite a lot. None of them is a king. And none of them could, I don't think any of them could be said to be standing on a throne. The red threads in the curtain make me wonder if the people on the red sides are the ones who like bowed the knee to Fen Iris to some degree. Or it could just be a design thing. She's a queen. Wait a sec. I don't have a picture of that, so let's... No, I do. Okay. Caitlin Jari. Okay. Because there's one of the red letters is from someone named Courtney, and I've never seen that name anywhere else. But it was Caitlin Jari that was born in exile. And so Jari Yena could be Caitlyn's child. Because it doesn't, it kind of looks, but it's hard to tell the bust. Kind of looks, it could be Caitlyn's mother here, but I don't know, yeah, couldn't tell. But I mean, archives, let's go look, so kind of sucks, but we kind of want the doors, so I'll take it. We don't have the key card, we don't have security or anything. Just quickly flipping through here. Because Caleb Manning is an author and also the publisher Philip White. I'm pretty sure the three of them are in fact members of the Children of Blackwater. One of the letters was from Caleb, I think, the one in the study. And I think these are the two pictures in the aquarium, whatever, the safe house. The security camera that needed to be deleted was pointing here. We don't have access to security footage right now. I don't know how we'll get that, but this doesn't really look like the bust of Jari Yena. Fen Iris dismantled their railroads. That's how we solved the Arahan sigil. And then this is just giving us Mary and Marigold's birthday. Rivian seems like an Arahan name. Yeah, anyway. If the Knight's Shield's popping up, that means this is a red floor plan. Which means we probably just don't want to draft it. I mean, we want the garage, we have this to go down, so we can unlock it any time. I think we'll just take the garage. We don't have the car keys, but we don't really need them. Let's draft the breaker box if we see it, because I think this day's a little bit cooked based on our weird drafting. Maybe we'll go down this way. We have 26 steps left. Let's just keep going up here. Can't do the trophy room. We could shield against the dark room. We could just redraw first. All of these are pretty mid. Let's redraw one more. We don't have the keys for this. I don't know if the Knight's Shield... Let's try it. Let's see what it does. Maybe it unlocks the doors. It does unlock the doors. Okay. Cool. Office gives us money, which could be good. We need the quest bedroom before we really care about going to the antechamber. Sure. I don't think we have the conference room, but it's way over there. So let's not spread coins yet. We could just do the dormitory here, and that gives us a good number of steps. Sure. Again, this day is a little bit hooked. Have the hammer, and that's a bunch of keys. That's really good. Okay. So maybe we can go over so you can connect the conference room. The dark room could get us into the antechamber. And we have other drafts we can do if the dark room goes poorly. Which, I mean, it will. Oh, cool. Don't have to worry about it. Further incentive to try to get the breaker box. Let's do the West Wing Hall. Gives us what we want, which is another draft. We want the mail room kind of badly. But the archives and the dark room are both security door locked. That leaves us going all the way back to the conference room, which kind of sucks. I'm gonna redraw. Well, these are all bad too. Walk-in closet could give us some gems. I don't know what this would be. I don't know if this is any good for us. We take the archive floor plan, or we just take the closet and get 3 items. Let's just take a risk. Okay. Okay, paid off. Plus 2 items. I think that means we could go make the power shovel, the jackhammer, but again, that's all the way on the other side of the house. So maybe we'll do that if we have to go up that side. Kind of want the laboratory. But we'll just take the archive floor plan again. Cool, quest bedroom, that's fine. Gives us the steps. We got a couple other rooms out of it. Doesn't look different. I was hoping it would look more different than this. But maybe we can still get into the antechamber. Bottom one is in either the 7 doorway, the Great Hall, I think, or it's in the greenhouse. I could look, but I don't know that it matters all that much. Let's go to the dining room and draft up that first. We can eat this. We want to draft the aquarium eventually. And I mean, let's use the silver key. Let's see if we can get the grand hallway. Neither of these are good. We don't even have security. This would be 2 doors, and I don't think that's worth it. So let's just take the archive plan and see what we get. Okay, that's fine. That could certainly have been worse. Security pretty much guarantees that we won't see any more security doors, and that could be good for our last couple of drafts. We can see what's scattered around the house too. I know where the paper crown is. The lockpick kit kind of pisses me off. Because if we can get the breaker room, then we can go and open the security doors that we have. Yeah. Off. Cool. So I mean, let's see if we can complete these drafts for sure. And if we can connect the conference room, all 3 of these places, that'd be great. But otherwise, we'll just go out and check the side path. Cloister is okay, except we don't have the gems. So I think we just take the archived one. Could be better. I am going to eat the meal at this point, because 20 steps is 20 steps. And I still have the shovel. That's blocked off. That doesn't look ostensibly breakable. That's the West Wing Hall. Spare green room. That'd be the quest bedroom, ostensibly. So, in the dream diary, the last page is this. And I was looking at it, and this, it's hard to see, I apologize, but this looks kind of like an X. This was why I thought that if you could get a 4-doored room in the outer room, you could draft something out of it. Doesn't look like it based off what we tried today, but it looks like there's an X there. And so that would be roughly right here, but I've not seen anything to do with this rock placed here. I've come over here with the shovel, I think. I will cross this bridge. Didn't cross the step, which is nice. You can stand on it kind of, but there's nothing here that I can click. So yeah, still a little puzzled by that. Like maybe the power hammer could do something, maybe the jackhammer, I don't know. But we wanted to test that. We wanted to take a look around the grounds here just to see if there was anything else visible that I had missed when I first drafted this bird bath. I don't think so is the answer. There's this tree that happens to move whenever you draft the garage, which is magical if nothing else, but I don't think there's anything else here, which sucks because I am still in search of a new clue, as it were. But so let's go down here. Pick up this gem first. I don't have a magnifying glass today, so a lot of this doesn't matter. But the suspicious maids, these two, they're in the staff picture, but they're not named. And so the one who looks like they have brown hair looks like they could be the one who was questioned, and then we have no idea who the light-haired one is. And I don't know why there's, because this is in the conservatory, I think, because that's this table, or the table that you change rarity from. And it doesn't look like there's anything else explicitly suggested by this room, or by this picture, its angle in this room. Yeah. Him taking mirror selfies in the bathroom with his camera, a very blurry picture that again doesn't seem to have any noteworthy. I wonder if we could like develop this photo somehow, but that's nothing has indicated so far that that's a possibility. So it's like, I don't even know. We could just take the planetarium here. I don't want to call it a day here. I think I'd rather have either the utility closet available or even just the garage as a good first pick. I can put the library out there too. Or the armory. I think the armory might actually be a really good first draft for the day. So maybe we'll go do that. So there's no point drafting this is what I'm trying to say. So I think we'll just do that and see what room it is. Passageway. That gives us hopefully a connection to conference room. Sure. Get ourselves another star. Not that we need these anymore because we've drafted all the rooms we can. No antechamber levers that I can see offhand. So we fail our quest for the quest bedroom. But so it goes. Genuinely, I've had the metal detector so many times in the last sessions I've played this game that it's weird to walk into the conference room not hearing a beeping. Okay. So let's call it a day and draft the armory early tomorrow. See if we can get cool items. We'll need to check out a new clue again, just in case. I want to see the gallery again, Because especially after the Great Alzara prophecy, I kind of want to see if I can puzzle those out. I don't think I will, because I have the pictures saved, but I at least want to write down how many letters are in each word, so that I can look at them more often on my own. Let's grab our allowance. A wish on the well after I go see what's in the armory. It's just the same stuff. It's kind of frustrating because there was like a halberd or something once that did something really good. I think it cut out a red room from the draft pool that I couldn't buy and then couldn't use. So cute stuff, and the shield is good. It one-time block if I need to get like the archives or something, but disappointing to say the least. Okay. Solarium early. That's spicy. Let's do that. Nothing in here. There are a couple of rooms that I want to check out that are rare. I don't know if any of them are going to be relevant today, but yeah. Let's go back over. Let's do the den. Let's save some of the green rooms. I have the furnace as a very rare room, so that's why it's showing up here. I don't hate the workshop. Battery pack, maybe we can get the jackhammer today. I have the power hammer dashed still. Because my understanding is that it is still used for something, but I don't know how to access it yet. Don't hate the pantry. We don't need the coins by any stretch, but it's bad place, bad orientation for the conference room. I don't hate giving money to the chapel, because again, money isn't as necessary at this point. The mechnarium is very rare, because it's pain, and I don't like it. I believe the parlor. Sit here and bang our head against more of these boxes. There is no box that is between two empty boxes. There is no box that contains a statement with fewer than 8 words. There's no box that displays exactly one true statement. There's no box that mentions a specific color. There's no box that displays 3 true statements. There's no box that contains a mix of true and false statements. There's no box that displays 3 false statements. There's no box that displays a number that also appears on another box. So that's already false. These two boxes have 3. But if no box displays 3 false statements, no box displays 3 true statements, and no box that contains a mix of true and false statements, I think this box is completely false. Because that makes it correct that there is a box that has 3 false statements. There's likely a box that contains true and false statements, and there are other boxes that have numbers that appear on other boxes. This is likely to be all true. There is no box that mentions a specific color, and there is no box that displays 3 true statements, because this will have to be a hybrid. There is no box that contains a statement with less than 8 words. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's true. If it's true that there is no box between 2 empty boxes, and it's false that there is no box that displays exactly 1 true statement, then that means it can't be in the white box, because that would mean that there is a box between 2 empty boxes. But that doesn't give us anything explicitly that says where the boxes are. It could be that all of these are false. But we know objectively that there is no box that contains a statement with fewer than 8 words. Because this, I think, is the shortest one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, 4, 8, 9, yeah. And then 4 and 4, if we don't count 3 as a word. 8. But yeah, that's still true. There is no box that contains... You having fun there, boxes? Having fun bouncing around? Anyway, there's no box that contains fewer than 8. And that problematizes things. Because if there is no box that displays exactly 1 true statement, then that means... Oh no, because this could be, the middle one is true, the bottom one is true, and the top one is the false one, and the box is, this is the right one. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. We want the kitchen, we want the commissary more. I think kitchen's fine though. We haven't used too many steps yet. We always want the showroom on some level. The chef salad is good. I hate the boiler room just because it makes me go and twist things around, so I think I'm gonna avoid it. I'm just gonna draft the corridor even if it's not the best draft. Pool, I wish it was rotated, but the pool's pretty good. Sonic can always be good. That's bad. I don't want to open... No, I have the hammer, or the mace that can just bash him open. That's handy. Also handy. So we're cutting off the side here until we can either get security in the breaker box or... I think I'd rather draft the music room than cut this off, and I don't really want to redraw yet. Perfect. So the key card is a major key. That's good to know. Do this. I like the pool hall, and it gives us a chance to connect this side of the house to the other side of the house. We don't really need the garage. This might give us the secret garden key, which also is good for longevity. Or it could also just give us a silver key, which is also good for longevity. 13 divided by 2 rounded. If we round up, that's going to be 7. 11 rounded to 2 spaces is 10. 18 rounded to 3 spaces plus 1. I think they actually did that exact combination earlier. 10 times 2 is 20. Minus 2 rounded 2 spaces is 20. Minus 3 rounded to 2 spaces is 20. And 2 normal keys is boring, but fine. Fine. We left that connected. Okay. Any of these could be good. We'll probably just buy out the commissary if we do it. Or we just tuck the storeroom. I haven't tried to win the drafting sweepstakes yet. I figure I can do that on a day when I have Draxus the Dread in the observatory. I want to keep this red box powered up. Which is why I avoid drafting the boiler room. Because when I have the red box powered, it takes away that bridge. I haven't sat and fiddled with a way to get the elevator down and powered with the red box still being powered. There might be a way to do it, but I just haven't wanted to deal with it. Okay, we don't have that many gems, but we have a lot of keys, and that's still an okay place to be. The passageway here would be okay. The archives that we could shield from would be okay. Aquarium's all right. And we'll just take that. Still don't have a shovel. Let's go this way. Do the gymnasium. I don't feel the need to shelter from it because it's not the worst punishment. All of these are pretty bad. Bad enough, I think, to redraw. Utility box is fine. It just turns off the gymnasium and powers the garage again if we desire that. I don't like the vestibule unless I have either a ton of steps or the foyer. So I think I'll just take the utility box or closet. Turn that off. Well, no, we don't want to turn it off. We want to keep it on until we find the security, because otherwise that's going to be just a problem, because they won't work if you turn the power off. Surprise, surprise. Perfect. We have the key card, so either of these are fine. I think the gift shop is better, because we might want the closed exhibit where we can draft it more beneficially. There's the foyer. We still want the mailroom. And I don't really want to use my 2 gems here. Then we'll just take the mailroom. It sucks. It feels bad to have those 2 locked off, but we have I think this is probably the end of the letters, unless they start filling up the cubbies. We did have that one. Unused memos. Cool. That'll be interesting. I just take pictures of all of the letters that I find just so I can reference them if needed. I need to organize them better than I have, but Dear Simon, as I've been running out of ideas of my own, yesterday I asked Kirk Darren if he had any additional security advice I could pass on, and to my surprise, he gave me an envelope and directed me to include it in my next correspondence to you. I did not ask him what it contained, so we're very curious to hear from you after this is all over and find out whether or not it was of any use. So, unused, but that doesn't mean they're untrue. Safe code 4368, that is false, because it's not handwritten. I don't feel the need to take a picture of that. Ooh. The numbers 6, 7, and 9 do not appear in any of the fixed combinations of safes on the estate. I can verify that. We have 145, we have 1208, 1225, and 0303. So that's good if we ever need to guess. Safe code 1213, that's also false. But it's close enough that I'm suspicious as to whether there is truth to be had in these false safe codes. Safe code D8. Yeah, okay, we did get that one. There is a safe on rank 10. That would make sense. And this is... Green memos in Hartley's room are false, though. That's the question. So, that's a suggestion that there is a safe on rank 10. It would be kind of boring, in my opinion. There's the puzzle in room 46 of following Herbert Sinclair's journeys, 8 realms in 8 months. There's a puzzle there. And if all that does is reveal a safe that we then need another combination to, that's going to be kind of dumb, I think. I say dumb. I'd be disappointed. That doesn't make it dumb. Simon, I can't think of any reason you need to access the server administrator controls before I return, but your father has mentioned your interest in computers, so I have a feeling you may be a bit more hands-on than your great uncle. You'll find the admin terminal in Blackbridge Grotto, a small cavern sealed, much like the story, off of the East Drive. I believe I previously explained how to restore power to the grotto in one of my earlier letters. However, keep in mind that accessing the terminal requires an admin key. Fortunately, I won't be able to set one up for you until I return, but your admin key will eventually be Joan S., first 4 letters of your family name. Or if you prefer, we can use a pseudonym. I'm sure we'll discuss it in greater detail when I return. We already kind of sussed all of that out. But that's, you know, nice. Simon, if you do end up accessing the admin controls in Blackbridge Grotto, I'm sure you noticed the sealed circular door to the left of the terminal. As you likely have already concluded for yourself, this door can only be opened if 3 different microchips are inserted in the central pedestal. Normally, all 3 microchips are kept secured in 3 other locations, but I decided to make it easy for you and I've left one of the microchips in the grotto ready for access. However, you will have to find a new clue or 2 to find the others, yes. So the suspicious part here is the hammer being included here. I've broken down all of the power hammer walls that I know of already. When I looked up the power hammer as an item, I saw that there were other rooms that had walls that I can't access yet, and that's why I have it still in the code check. I found one microchip from a new clue. I don't think the power hammer gets us anywhere in Blackbridge Grotto. But let's see. Simon, I'm honestly very impressed with the number of experiments you've been successful in executing. I certainly wasn't expecting to write this many letters when I started our correspondence. Frankly, I'm not quite sure what other advice I can offer in the blind without knowing directly what the challenges you currently face on the estate. For all I know, you've long since reached room 46 and are just continuing your unaccompanied exploration, stag, happy, and free of the maids and staff crowding the halls and getting in your way. I can't say I blame you. I'm sure the other members of the household are quite enjoying their extended vacation. Speaking strictly for myself, however, I cannot wait to get back and begin working with you directly. Helping you through these letters has only whetted my imagination, and to be candid, our collaboration in this correspondence has reminded me so much of working with Mary. I know she's proud of you. Until the day I return, Randolph. Okay. Disappointing, Randolph, for the last one. But we also inferred based on a couple of other things that Randolph helped Mary during the time that she was stealing the crown jewels. So definitely projection because it's entirely one-sided, but you know. Okay. So maybe we can let's try to draft the tomb and the coat check tomorrow. Maybe there's a wall in the tomb that we can break down. Because that's the most, like, this page of A New Clue. This page with the crumbling blocks and the kind of, like, this page, the text on the page references the tomb. So let's try that. That's at least an avenue we can pursue. Maybe there's something there. And it would make sense if there's a room hidden in one of the corners of the tomb. So anyway, there's that. We read Dad's letter. I don't think there's anything else here, but good stuff. Let's keep drafting. Let's do the observatory, I think. Or we could do the closet. I don't know that we need the items we could get in the closet. I don't necessarily want to freeze my accounts without more gems than I have currently. Maybe we'll do the closet, because that still leaves us space from the aquarium to draft. Sleeping mask and shovel both are acceptable. Sleeping mask can get us some extra steps if we're desperate. Shovel, there are a lot of dig spots that can have good things. Not great. I think we'll redraw this. We have the utility closet, so I don't need the shield myself, but I think we will take the dark room. It's already blacked out. I guess that's one of the side effects of... No, because it usually still turns on and flickers. Oh, well, okay. If you turn on the power off preemptively, then it still does that. You can't turn it off and then on. It will still flicker, but... Noted if you turn the power... anyway. Okay. Lockpick set. Not really relevant today. These are all pretty bad. I don't want the furnace, so I'm going to take the pump room. There's usually nothing but a dig spot. I guess there's a trunk in here, so let's break that real quick. Car keys, probably not going to matter. Because you can't drive the car anywhere. I was disappointed by that. You can open the car, but you can't drive it anywhere. This sucks, but we'll take the gallery. Gives me a chance to write down the number of the number of spaces under these. This one is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an easier way to do this. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is just 5. And this one is... So presumably, it's one of those like idiom games or whatever. You find the word that describes the painting. I've spent like an hour and a half thinking about this one in particular and come to no solid conclusions. I wrote down. I don't know if I still have readily available. Yeah, I do. I wrote down all the possible letters on each of the slots for this one and the thick one. And have not had any luck sitting and trying to think through it. The big fat P is suspicious because the first letter, the first slot is the only one that has the letter P on it of all of the other all the other letters do not contain a P among available options. So I feel like it should start with the letter P. But from there, it's like, what on earth could it be? And obviously all of these things are red, and so I wanted it to be like prince or princes, but that's not possible with the letters available. I love the concept of these puzzles, and I love solving them, but I hate the feeling of being confused by them. And so this is the thing I've considered the most looking up the answer to. My brother said that this is the easiest one to solve. I was told that something overt would happen when you got it correct. So I don't think it's chain or chair. Not fried and not pride. You're just thinking of things that could be described as thick, but also THIC are bolded and thick, and the K is thin. It's a kind of a shooting star hand holding manacles, handcuffs, a couple of words you could use for them. There's a light, a spotlight shining on everything. It's a pond, it's a crater, perhaps. You can spell thick, but I think I already did that. It's not prick either, that's good to know. Yeah, not thick. Yeah. And these two I have no fathoming what they could be, especially because the words are so long. But there was an easy way to write them down without having so I also don't know if I have a pen anymore in here. Process of moving, a lot of things got picked up and put down and shuffled around. And I had a pen in my drawer, but I don't know if I still have a pen in my drawer. So, yeah. This is the one with 8, and so avarice is even too short. Gluttony is the only one that's long enough to be the word itself. Infinity is long enough, but that's also a little bit on the nose. And it looks like there's no I or E at the start. There's a picture of a shark for some reason, and some kind of cat rug. Checkerboard floor. Some of the eyes are looking towards the actual objective. Christopher Manson. These are all his works, all from the same year. Yeah. I don't think I want to... I don't know when exactly I'm going to end the stream. Maybe I will end the stream looking at this, but I also want to go see if I can draft the tomb. I have the key cards. The closed exhibit is actually pretty good here. Yeah, I have a key card. Yeah. None of you are great. Maid's Chamber at least gives me one more room to draft, so I guess we'll go for that. And it's a bedroom. I don't think I got one. Unless it is one that I randomly was guessing, but I don't think I got one. I'll go back and look, but... because I had just been putting words in. I don't think thick is the name of this one, because I can still change it. Yeah. Yeah. It was, yeah, anyway. I want to keep guessing, but I also don't want to bore people to tears, so it's tough. If people currently watching are interested in watching me try to work through that, I would be happy to keep trying to work through that. But I'm pretty sure I don't have a specific idea of any of them. And so it would be mostly just like free association for however long it takes, and then even then might not even solve it. Workshop, utility closet, pump room. That's 3 doors. I think Mechanaria is probably better than Vestibule. 4 doors, huh? I mean, we'll take it. Maybe we can try to draft... Did we already draft the quest? But no, we haven't. Maybe we can still try. And we'll take a silver key, sure. Why not? Sure. I want this room to have multiple doors. Why is the special cost bypassed? Is it just part of the mechanarium? We're running out of steps, so I do want the dining room here. I don't have the showroom yet. I could still get it, technically. We just want to make sure we can keep checking out a new clue. Even if we can draft the showroom, I don't know that the 20 steps is going to make any difference for us. I mean, we'll just be coming back through either way, so. I don't have the foyer. I have a ton of keys. I have the shield, so let's just do the archives here. Security's okay. We could lose half our steps. That wouldn't hurt us too badly, but let's take security. We have the key cards. Let's up security. Let's check the estate inventory just to feel bad about ourselves. 2 gems some. Oh, I spread gems. So there was one in the aquarium and one in the solarium for sure. Can't rotate these. I'm gonna re-roll just to see if I can. I mean, that's probably a fine place to end this draft then. Quest bedroom. We'll go get an increase to our allowance. Nice. That's a good way to do it, actually. I'm gonna do a slight faux pas for streamers. I have been drinking a lot of water, so I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. We can stare collectively at this one and think about it and consider it for the next 2 minutes while I quickly return. Thank you for your patience. I returned with nothing more to think about. Again, that the infinity acupuncture statue was in the Great Alzara vision that we saw today. I have no idea. This is the 8-letter word. Alzara is only 7 letters, so it can't just be that. Seven deadly sins. It's not an acupuncture table, and those technically aren't acupuncture nails. They're just like hammer and nails. They're boxes. Seven letters. I mean, that doesn't fit because it's 8, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe recycled. See if we can, or that's the E, and now I have to cycle all the way back because I was too hasty. That's the other thing I hate about this. Can you please just, like, let me select from a grid? So no C, but we could try reusable. But no S. Let's see if we can do A, B, L, E at the end, because there are a couple of words that could be fit in that framework. Okay, no B, so that means it can't be ending in A, B, L, E. Other common suffixes. LE is still a common suffix. Is there a Y? There is a Y. That sucks. Is there a T here? There is a T. That also sucks. And there is a T here, or an A here, so it could be A. Is there an I here? Doesn't look like it. No reiterate. Replicate would be one word too long. Is there a J here? No, and I don't think there's a vowel in the first letter either, so it's not educate. It could, like, if there's an I here. I don't think there was, though. Yeah. It's also kind of boring. I think I'm gonna do it. You've said that. You've said that before, and I hear you. RERUSATE. Iapetos. For anyone watching, Hey Alien Ship Posting suggests the 5-letter one because they've solved that. And so they can either guide me or tell me I'm way off the mark as needed, which is appreciated. And I'll probably take them up on that. But I also just want to get all the letters written down so that I can think about these outside of stream and not, you know, take other people's time if they're interested in watching me play blueprints rather than the let's guess these association puzzles. And it seems the best way to try to line them up. HNALHK. LRSENNET. The other ones that I did write down have the same number of possible letters per slot. So I'm assuming that this will be the same, that they'll all have, I can line them up perfectly in that way. So I haven't had any repeats yet. And the SH ending also being viable is a little frustrating. And yeah, okay. So that is all of the letters here. Let's get all the letters here so I can think about this one more. N R. ERRS. That looks like an R, not a B, but it could be a B. Just gonna go check. That's a B. Okay. Also, for the alien shipperson's benefit, I assume you've seen all 6 of the Great Alzara's prophecies, but the Infinity statue showed up in one of them. So it is a place somewhere on the at least the intellectual scope of Mount Holly, if not actually somewhere that we can access in-game. It'd be cool. I want to see if we can go to all the places, and some of the places have been accessible. Or I've been to one of the places that I saw in one of the visions. Okay. We can spell water. I don't think the answer is going to be water, because I don't think it has anything to do with being thick or handcuffed. We can't do plate. Things that are thick. Words can be thick. The word thick is thick. Words can bind or free depending on how they're used. I don't know what the cat in the box emoji is supposed to communicate, but it's cute. The word thick is thick, mostly. It's partially thick. Fractionally, where those are all very long words. A K, Hegelian ship posting. A K is at the end of the Does that mean that the word I'm looking for ends in a K, Hegelian shitposting? Because I don't think there's any word that starts with THIC and then doesn't end in K. That is only 5 letters. If it is, it could be slick, perhaps, but then we run into the overlap. I'm not done giving this. I've never sat down and decided to solve them. And I think my current strategy is just to get all the letters for sure, and then be able to sit down and try to solve them when I'm not streaming explicitly. Because I want to, again, provide entertainment rather than drudgery for people. And maybe this is entertaining for some people, but... I mean, like, if this is the easy one, then I'm not necessarily opposed to being helped to it. Because, as you've said, understanding how this one works makes solving at least the other one that you've done, whichever one, that one, easier. But I'm not desperate yet. It's more, this is just the end of a day. Anyway, that I'm taking a moment because we had to draft the gallery anyway. Because chains are thick, it's not chain. So if we're assuming that we're cutting the entire part out and we're not repeating, then it's no I, no C, no H, and no T in these positions. So it could be like... There's no L, so it's not folk, and that would make sense. The letter K, lines, capital K, makes a diamond or triangle in the water. A non-bolded capitalized K. A letter is at the end of the word, the letter K. It's a capital K. I think it's a capital K. It could be a lowercase k, technically. It's kind of hard to distinguish, but usually it's not extended all the way if it's lowercased. The only spot that K shows up on the available letters is at the end. So I think the idea that it is the last letter is a good one. All the other letters show up in multiple spots. I don't think there's an anagram of thick anywhere. They're thick. Hegelian shitposting, they're thick. Or bolded. Whatever you do, don't just tell me at this point. Like, clearly you've given me enough clues that I should be seeing something that I'm not. I mean, it could be light. It could be a light K. We can try that. There's a T at the end. Because arguably, like, dark, and then there's the... Shoot. I'm intentionally not looking at the chat that I saw out of the corner of my eye until I... But I guess there isn't an H in the fourth slot, so... I'm pretty sure there's not an H. Slim... Thin... okay, is it... Okay, it is think. Okay. It's a thin K, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking that, like, thinking is a way to break chains is another, like, element of this. And astronomy is one of the, like, classic thinking, like this person is smart, so they are looking at the stars and thinking, as it were, tropes. Okay. Great. Good to know. I technically have all the words, the possible letters written down for the Apple one. So I'm going to write down these ones real quick for sure. I mean, it's not a flat very, but it's a flattery. I guess I'm missing an E thing. Okay. So many R's. I want one of these just to be all the same letter. Yeah, I don't really want you to just give me these. And having gotten one, I kind of just want to think about the rest of them at this point, because it didn't necessarily feel great solving it at that point. Hi, Melissa Moore. I am playing a game called Blueprints. It is a very, very big thinking game, very big puzzle game that is extremely fun. The short version of the story of this game is that you are we actually don't know how old the player character is, somewhere in his like teenager years to early 20s, named Simon Jones, whose great uncle died and left you his estate, which is Mount Holly, the Mount Holly estate blueprint here, on the condition that within a reasonable amount of time you find the room 46 that doesn't necessarily exist. And so you start out the game just trying to get to room 46. I have gotten to room 46, so spoiler alert, it exists. And I have gotten a good amount of extra stuff as well. But the gist of it is that your house changes every day based on the rooms that you draft as you select where you want to put them. And so this is just one combination of all of these rooms together. And there are, you know, a nigh on infinite number of combinations of rooms. This room, the gallery, has these 2 chests inside. I don't know what the chests contain. I'm hoping it's important. I wouldn't be shocked at this point. You draft houses very much like Betrayal, yeah, except you get a pick rather than just flip one over the top. At this point, based on something that my dad said, I think there might be a vault key in one of these chests that then leads to a sanctum key. Because I think he solved all of these. But we have these 4 pictures that we are trying to guess the word associated, the word that is the title. This one is the most confusing and the most intimidating because it's an 8-letter word. We, emphasis on we, solved this one, where it's think because it's a thin K at the end of the word thick. And then this one is very frustrating. I thought the most about this one and had no satisfying conclusions. It's not mirror, which is what I wanted it to be. And it's only the wheelbarrows that are mirrored. The clouds are not mirrored. Because we have a wheelbarrow, a rose, a stop sign, an apple, and a fire hydrant, all of which are traditionally red objects. And there's a big old P here. This one is 6 letters. Big old P. Like with the thin K, there's only one slot that has a P, and it's the first letter. And so presumably that means that the first letter of this word is P. There are only so many 6-letter words that start with P, particularly that can contain these letters. There is no it can't be a word that ends in ATE because there isn't a T in the 5th slot. It could end in EY. It can't, or end in EY or LY. It can't be ABLE. if we're looking for something that is both in the word and an idea or a concept, it's possible, because like the fire hydrant, it could just be the angles, but it kind of looks not mirrored. Both of these bits look like they're pointing towards us. Kind of. Maybe that bit's still looking away. The first letters of each of these don't necessarily help us either, because it's like, and we don't have a sequence either, but it could be like P F A S R W, but I don't think that works. It might. I'm gonna try this. I think I already did, but I'm gonna try it. Parted, because they are going away, they're separating. We could try parked while we're here. Parsed. Doesn't seem to be parked. We could do ing. Ing is an option as well. So pairing, P-A-R-I-N-G, a paring knife. Yes, there's a noise, and then when we got this one correct, this trophy, this this box sunk down into the pedestal. So there is a clear, distinct indicator that things are right, and I don't think I can change these letters anymore. Yeah. So when we're right, we can't change the letters anymore. The hand will disappear right away. We had 7 viewers and are now down to 2. So, you know, it is pretty boring to have someone sit here and try to solve these. But if we only have 2 viewers, then I mean, there's no reason not to keep trying to solve this puzzle. So what are the things in the picture? We have a wheelbarrow, we have a leaf, we have a rose, we have a stop sign, we have an apple, we have a fire hydrant, we have the big letter P, we have some clouds, we have a horizon. So they're floating in the air somehow. The only other one that I've solved is this one, and my mod, Hegelian Shitposting, who you know as my older brother, had solved this one before. And so, from his observation, the answer is that it's the word think, but importantly, it's a thin K, and that's why it was the answer here. Because that way it's something that is in the picture, but is also a concept about the picture. So it could just be one of the objects here. None of them explicitly fit in 6 letters. Apple, we don't have 2 P's to do. Flower, F isn't available as the first letter. Stop sign. I know you IRL, so I can send you a picture of the available letters. Um, if you want to look at them, get any inspiration from them. Red sky. You can't. There is no R in the first letter, so it couldn't be red sky. Um, we can spell a couple of things that are worth checking at the very least. Oh, we don't have an L at the end. I'm pretty sure shovel is EL, yeah. So never mind. I was just thinking that like a shovel is used to plant things and presumably to place fire hydrants. I tried to be very specific about writing these so I wouldn't make mistakes. So thank you for the compliment though. I tried to emphasize the V's rather than the U's as well. We can't do barrow. There's no W at the end. Or we might do wheelbarrow. We don't have wheels either. And again, this giant P has to be relevant somehow. The thin K was relevant. There are random letters or words here that are probably relevant too. And then there are words here on this one, so it's possible, even likely, that the P is a big part of this. No pun intended. Because it doesn't even seem to be like sitting on the things. It's on top of the apple and the fire hydrant, but it's kind of just floating on its own too. Not motion. I mean, it's probably not potion, but let's check. Yeah, not potion. Position is too long by a couple of letters. They're mirrored. They're identical. They're flipped. We don't have an F or a double P. Reverse. It's one word letter too long. There are two V's in the middle, which makes me wonder if there's something to that. It's not whole as in W-H-O-L-E. I mean, like holes or hold would be what I was thinking of. There aren't many WH words, so I don't think that's a tack to go down. I think I tried broken and it wasn't a work because it's a broken mirror because of the P. I mean, that would be aggravating if it was letter. Please just give me a grid. Please don't make me cycle through these every time I accidentally click too quickly. Not letter. That would be so frustrating if it was. Not litany, but I think that also has two T's. Pitied. I don't know, that's how you spell it. I think it might have double letter, but okay. To save ourselves some redoing, what words end in ed that might fit here? I tried parted already. I mean, that'd be a long shot, but we can try it. Salved. I keep wanting to think of floated, but there's no F in the first slot. There's an L. Oh, but there's no F in the third slot, so it's not lifted. Yeah. That's pretty much me, though. I want to keep trying for a little more, because I feel like... it's not like I feel like I'm onto something, but my gut is telling me that I think we could solve this one, potentially. Pushed doesn't make much sense. You pull a wheelbarrow, classically. And we don't have a double L for pulled. You pluck a rose, you pause at a stop sign, you pick an apple, you pull a wheelbarrow. What do you do to a fire hydrant? You plug it, you unplug it, you spray with it, put out with it. That wouldn't work. That's not a bad idea. Kind of like that. And I just moved the E because, again, I'm a fool. So what could it be? Winder, maybe a binder. A binder. On a binder. I don't know if this matters, but I'll show you just in case. Inside the house, in room 46, there is this object. There is a wheelbarrow that has a rose and an apple in it. It does not have the stop sign or the fire hydrant. Again, I don't know if it matters at all, but that's the one thing that might not just be self-contained in the picture, is that this wheelbarrow does actually exist. The handle's in a different orientation, though. So, just so you know that there is a wheelbarrow with some of these objects inside. Slider, except there's no L in the second slot. Tinder. It could be Tinder, which is a word besides being a dating app, but it wouldn't make sense per se. It's possible. Stop sign and fire hydrant. Both are found on streets usually. Emergencies tend to happen around them. I mean, we can try it. It fits. Doesn't look like it, but I like that guess. I think I've tried listen before. I don't think it's listen. Whoa! You got it. You got it. Holy cow. But the question is, like, what does it even mean? There's one P on red. Ponder. P onder. It's a P on backwards red. Holy cow. That's so good. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. P on backwards red. Insane. Just 2 gems. Just 2 gems. Oh, way to make a guy feel bad. You are so cool, Melissa. Okay. Okay. We can take a crack at one of these or we can move on either way. Do you want to try to think about these ones? I can send you a picture of the available letters if you want. If either of them interest you, I'm happy to stick around. Otherwise, I'm happy to start a new day so you can see what the game's actually like rather than this. The first best day of your life. Ooh. I'm guessing 2 of those days are the days your children were born. Maybe the best day was getting married. Anyway, I'm glad that this is the 4th best day in your life. Okay. James, my brother, has solved this. So we can try this one. He said that my guess of flattery was not a bad guess because there's a flat very that is the table. Let me send you the letters that are possible for this one. I'll send them on Discord just because I can send you a snip of them. That also works, but excuse me. There you are. Depending on what medium you're currently accessing on, it might be easier on Discord to see what I can do both real quick. So, objective, distracted. Most of the eyes are distracted from the actual objective. They're ignoring. We've got a 7-letter word here. The wine makes me interested because in vino veritas is a phrase. It means in wine there is truth. It refers to the idea that people who are drunk will often say things that they don't mean that are true. Say things they don't mean to say, right? I don't know what genu means. Genu. Gen is the root for family from Greek. Genu, the only word that I can think of that starts with that is genuflect or genuine. Very would be an abbreviation from veritas, meaning true. Veritable is a common word using that root. Note, variable, V-A-R-I, is different from V-E-R-I. Harry Potter famously uses Veritaserum, which is their truth serum. Veritas serum, but it means truth, is what I would assume if we're going off of the idea of it being roots of various things. Again, we can spell flat with these words. I can throw away this envelope, because this envelope that I wrote all these letters down on was for the two that we've now solved. So let's try flatten. Rip. It's not just flatten. Flat Latin. That would be funny though. It looks like a table, like they're being propped up on table legs. If, bold assumption, but if the first 4 letters are flat something. Flatter is just 1 T, I believe. Flater. That doesn't necessarily fit. Flat attire. None of them are wearing anything. There are no other F's in the combination, and so if it is a flat joke, then it is it has to be at the beginning. Verity is also a word, Verity. That's just 6 letters, so not long enough, but it could be a reference here. It could be something to think about. Eyeballs. It could be eyes, something either ICE or just IZE. It could be IZE, as in there are a lot of eyes. So let's set that up as a possibility, because it's the only spot that has a Z, and Z is such a specific letter. Four-letter word that ends in IZE. Yeah, the idea is that there's something in the picture that is the thing, yonder, but it's also something that is an abstract concept. And they both give similar vibes. They're both synonyms. They all could be words for like thinking, think, ponder, consider. Contemplate is too long. Observe. But I don't think the letters work for that. Articulate's too long. I mean, I don't think it's cheating to look up synonyms for think. Reflect, deliberate, meditate, muse, cogitate, ruminate, brood. Imagine, picture, visualize. Maybe visualize, given the IZE. envisage, envision. Satirize is just one letter too long. We can't actually spell the word eyes in this, unfortunately. That's okay. Most of them meant the word think. So we have 4 words on this, and the words have been relevant for all of the other ones. We have actual, objective, genu, and very. We can't combine very and genu directly because that's too long. But we have spots for V. You can spell V-E-R-I. We can't spell Veritas specifically. I don't think there's anywhere we can spell genu specifically. It looks like there's water in the bottle here, or a liquid in the bottle here. And we can see through it to see actual. This liquid is kind of blocking. We can see through just barely, so I don't know if that's something specific we need to note. But it is a field of eyes. Yes, it could end in scene. F-O... with the E, that is 8 letters. That's longer than we've got. But that's a good idea, I think. Nowhere can we spell genu. Genu, whatever. Checked. None of them seem... None of the words or letters seem different from the others. Very is all connected. Outside of the thin K, technically none of this mattered, right? And all of this only mattered because it was red. And so I think we could try cutting out things that we don't think matter. I mean, okay. So this is a very table. VERI table, veritable. VERITABLE, but that's 9 letters, right? So this is I think it's meant to be something that is giving off light. I don't know that it's specifically the sun, but this is definitely a veritable. What does it mean that there's a bottle on the veritable? Veritable means true. We can't spell true at the end. We can't spell true anywhere in it. If the actual objective is away from the veritable, 7-letter word that means untrue or false. We can't spell false. I mean, flattery tends to be lies, right? But that's also 8 letters. Oh, is that it? Yeah, because they're real eyes. Veritable is real, genuine, genuine. It's wine that is genuine. Okay, we just have one more. We have one more. 8 letters. I don't know why the actual objective is over there, and why they're more real for not going after it. But okay, so 7 deadly sins in boxes around the room. There's a doorway, checkered tile, rug on the floor, infinity here. I'll send you the list of the letters again. So the possible ending of ATE is one that is interesting to me. When you say got it, did you solve it already, or did you get the list of letters? So it could end in ATE. It can't end in ABLE. Okay. I think I have it. Maybe. No, it's not. It's not punctuate. Because it's an 8 that's getting punctured, right? But I don't think I can spell that. PUNCTURAT or C-T-U-R-A-T-E. Yeah, it's 10 letters. Punctuate wouldn't fit, but that'd be very funny. But it is an 8. And so again, I think ATE is the last 3 letters here. Nails. Yeah, like there's lots of like infinite, endless kinds of things to consider. These could be like rook chess pieces, but I don't think they're stylized specifically to be that. They're just like platforms, plinths, stands, whatever. There's a shark. I don't know if the shark means anything. We can try this. Not generate. I don't know why it would be, but that was a word that came to mind. It's not fabricate. So what are sins, right? Mistakes. Sins are, I mean, sometimes they're crimes, sometimes they are is there a reason that sins would contain something? Because they look like containers, they look like recycling boxes or something, or dumpsters. Sloth is smaller than the other ones, so that could just be perspective. Hubris, envy, lust, wrath, gluttony, sloth, avarice. I don't know if there's an official list or official like sequence he's supposed to be in. Maybe Dante's Inferno is the only like actual source on that. The door is ajar. It's slightly open. Fuck. It's an infinity, but it is also an 8 that is being nailed here. And that's happened a number of times where infinity and 8 have been interchanged. Again, I think ATE is the end of the word. I mean, I'm just gonna. I did solve the other one by looking up words that end in ATE or words that end in IZE. But I know a lot of words. I don't know all the words, but a list of 8-letter words that end in ATE. I wish I knew all the words. Permeate is an option. But we don't have, it doesn't start in a P. We don't have a letter at P at the beginning. Mutilate. I think that might be a little too long. Would that work? Doesn't start in an A, so it can't be apostate. Modulate, populate, celibate, roommate, teammate, renovate, liberate, recreate, dedicate. We solved 2 of them. We solved 2 more. The wheelbarrow one was very fun. Melissa's the one who got that one. Let me finish tying my hair back and we can go look, but because it's a P on read backwards, so ponder. And then realize, you know, their real eyes. It's a very table, which I think is very funny. And then genuine, you know. And so they're all things that, all words that, like, are mental. They're related to thinking. They're related to, like, puzzling. And so... yeah, veritable is very funny. And again, genuine, I think, is very funny, too. I'm assuming that since infinity is an 8 backward sideways, that there ends in 8 in the same way that realize. But that's an assumption. It could be wrong. And I'm looking at words that end in ATE that are 8 letters long. Ruminate is a good one. I think it fits too, because it's a room with an 8 in it. You cry usually, because you spent so long trying to solve something. Yeah, ruminate. 8's in a room. So let's see. Let's see. I'm going to be very upset if it's a vault key. Oh. Okay. Presumably we'll unlock room 8. So that's a good reason to start a new day. So no, it's okay. Again, Melissa solved the other one, so I was already on the verge of it. I don't know if this list has the word ruminate, but we were already in the, like, okay, these are all words for thinking. I would have gotten there eventually, so I'm not offended that you solved that one, because again, this was a team effort between the 3 of us. So that's so funny. It has confer ruminate in the like 13-letter words, but it doesn't have ruminate in the 8-letter words list. So their list is incomplete, the free website that I was using. But yeah, that's pretty sick. And now that we have the key to room 8, we can go find room 8, and there's a puzzle we can solve there. And that might give us the that might give us the vault key that my dad has that I don't. So I don't know if there's a specific room we want to see tomorrow. The pool hall's always fine. I mean, I don't really care about any specific room. So I think I'm going to end my day in the foundation and just to see if it shows up. and if it can be drafted there, because that would be crazy. Otherwise, if we see the tomb, we'll definitely take the tomb. Dang. I don't want to undo that. But can we... Yes, we can get all the way back around. So we'll go do that instead, because we have more than enough steps. I'm still very happy, Melissa, that you're the one who solved the Ponder one. That was great. The way I remember the word ruminate is like rum is an alcohol, and alcohol needs to be fermented and it takes a while. So to ruminate is to be like thinking about something for a while. That has nothing, I don't think it has anything to do with the origin of the word, but that's what I always remember it as, how I remember the word. So many useless steps, but let's call it a day here. So then it gives you a brief, like, a tagline for how your house was drafted. We had 3 shops and a bunch of red rooms, so it was a Scarlet shopping center. But then we start a new day, and now you can see actually what the game is like. Aha. And the music is great in this game. I mean, arguably we could have had the gallery available so we could pick up room 8 key again. That would have been the smart plan, and maybe we should have done that, but I'm just genuinely very curious. 2 gems and a brass compass. That's okay. Also, we don't have the Blessing of the Monk anymore, so it might not even work. You can't. So I don't think I want to put the foundation in here if it doesn't reset every day. That would be really dangerous. And that might, like, soft lock things if we need to get to the tomb. Okay. If you want to move your foundation, apparently this is a way to do it, according to the internet. You'll be able to draft it again later. And people kept giving, like, on the Steam forum that I looked up to see if this would actually damage what I was doing. They implied that there's, like, good things that happen afterward if you do it. So I kind of want to, but I'm hesitant because the foundation spot I have has been there for so long. I'm like, do I want to give it up? But I also don't need the foundation spot anymore. I have multiple ways to get into the basement independent of that. So I don't know. I think we have other things we want to do. I don't know. I mean, Okay, whatever. Let's give it a shot. Because I still have the foundation here. So maybe it'll just reset tomorrow. If I could, I'd probably put the foundation either in the dead center or at least on rank 4 is where I would prefer to have it. So hopefully I can put it somewhere nicer, because it just gets kind of in the way. It's nice to have, but like, I don't know. And again, especially since I have multiple entryways down to room 46. And I mean, maybe we just go open it right now, because I mean, there are a couple of things I wouldn't mind checking in room 46. And Melissa, if you're still there, this is one of the worst parts of this game. Every time you draft the parlor, there's this puzzle here that is a deeply logical puzzle. The rules are that there will always be at least one box which is all completely true, one box that is completely false, and only one box has prize. So one of these has all 3 true statements, one of these has all 3 false statements, one of these could be true, could be false, could have a mix. So let's look. Only one of this box's statements is true. The blue box contains gems, the white box is empty. If only one is true, then that has to be true. These are both false, and that would mean that the white box has the gems. Only one of blue box's statements is true. The black box is empty. The gems are in a box with a true statement. That could all be true pretty easily. Only one of white box's statements is true. The black box contains the gems. The blue box is empty. We've got a couple of contradictions here. The blue box contains the gems and the blue box is empty are contradictions. The black box contains the gems and the black box is empty are contradictions. I mean, if we assume all of this is true, then this has the gems. If all of this is false, that can't all be false, because the white box couldn't both be empty and the white box can't both have the gems and the black box have the gems. So I think that alone means that this isn't all true. If this is all true, that can't be true because only one of this box's statements is true. So let's assume this is all false. Blue box does not contain the gems, the white box has the gems. This could all be true, and if only one of blue box's statements is true, the blue box is empty. Could be that statement that is true. False, all the white statements are true. False, the black box is not going to change gems. That's good enough to give it a shot, because I don't like sitting here in the parlor. There you go. So yeah, they're very easy at the start, and they get harder and harder and harder as you go. My dad says that they eventually get to a point of being easy again. I am desperate to find that point, because a little parlored out, to say the least. Conference room early isn't bad. Let's just put the storeroom here and let's go back down. Because now we have 4 keys and 8 gems, so that's... I have gotten the trophy. I think I'm in the 60-something range at this point.
always like the commissary, because if we can get the metal detector early, that's huge. Again, Melissa, if you're still there, you buy items, and these items give you random benefits. They're always just like things that might be found in a house, except for the things that aren't, that are like story things or whatever. Like the shovel will let you dig stuff up. The sleeping mask gives you more steps when you enter a bedroom. And the metal detector specifically gives you a greater chance of finding keys and coins, which are both good to have. Drawing room this early is a little lame. Dark room this early is probably fine, because it doesn't matter if we screw up the drafts in the corners here. Put this here. If it's the furnace, I'm going to kill myself. Okay, I'm not going to kill myself. Sorry, that's a bad joke. I'm going to cry because I hate the furnace. But we also can take this opportunity to draft the red rooms early. No effect here, so there is... none of these is a red room. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, again, apologies for that joke. It's always in bad taste to joke about suicide. We'll go back up here. Dig these up because I don't want to miss stuff, because I'm probably not coming back through here if I don't have to. I'm low on steps, and I'm going to go even lower as I have to draft the weight room and the... Enjoy being a mother. You are truly a hero for being willing to do so. It is a great sacrifice, and especially if they're still sick, it's pretty rough. So please enjoy your day, and thank you for your help. Closed exhibit is bad because it cuts off the rest of the day because I don't have the key card. So I think we have to go for the casino here. Why can't I get the chapel here? We get the devil. I don't want the archives this early. But I also want that door to the side. Tough call. Let's do the chapel. Aquarium gives us some extra steps. We can do the maid's chamber here, so hopefully it shows up. Nope. I don't want to use all my gems in the rotunda. We could put the closed exhibit here and just try to draft around it. That's us strategy. It's going to keep showing up, so I think we'll just do that. Got keys. Secret passage can get us somewhere. Don't want to go to a green room per se. Maid's chambers could be bad, but I think we'll actually put it here. This is the kind of place we want to put the drawing room, but I think the gymnasium is good enough. Because again, we will either won't be coming back through here, or it'll be okay if we do. I was hoping to just stick some kind of bad red room here, but greenhouse is probably okay. I don't know if this is good or bad ground, but watering can, bad ground if there's only one flower here. Nothing in here. The veranda, I guess. Still watering can. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Let's do the West Wing Hall. I don't have anything specific I want to accomplish today, so I think we'll do, well, no, well, okay. We do want to draft the gallery, so maybe I'll just take the rook and try to redraw the corner up here into the gallery. Laboratory is tempting. It's very tempting, but library is also tempting, but we also kind of just want to save it at this point. Let's take the conservatory. Maybe that'll help us. And again, I jumped the gun. Waste a step just so I can get my gem here. Okay, so we want the vaults to be at least unusual. We don't want it to be rare. We want to see it a little more often until we can get the key in there. I could put it even as low as standard, I think, and that's a little greedy, but Cloister of Renna, the luck you can get off of the Cloister of Renna is huge. And I think having the workshop be a little more common is a good thing. Because now that I don't need it for getting any particular pieces, I can use it just to get, or I can try to use it to get combos of things that I want that are good. I've not been drafting it with keys in mind, unfortunately. And I'm a little cooked here, but take it, I guess. Yeah. If this is the end, that's okay. It gives us a chance to do it gives us a chance to see the tomb again. Yeah, that's it. Again, that's fine. It was a rough. The dark room into the furnace has gotten me so many times in this stupid game. But let's just quickly call it a day and see what else is new. A garden villa, the 4 gardens overrules the 8 red rooms. I guess 5 gardens to... No, it is just 4. 4 to 8 red rooms. Crazy. Nice. So yeah, foundation is gone. Outer room is still the foundation, apparently. But eventually it should reset. If not, and I've just soft locked myself somehow, that would be absolutely tragic. So let's see if we can, again, gallery, so we can get the key to room 8. That's our big priority here. A coin purse? How generous. This is a true statement. This is a true statement. Gems are in this box. Every statement on the blue box is false. Every statement on the black box is true. The gems are in this box. This box has at least 2 true statements. The black box has at least 2 true statements. The gems are in this box. Ooh, okay. I think the easiest option, all of these are false. All of these are true. And then the hybrid, true, true, false. Wait. If all of these are false, then this can't all be true. Because if this is every statement on the black box is true, then that being false means that there has to be some that aren't true. Every statement on the black box is false, can be false, and then it'd be hybrid. this could be if this is all false and this is all true, no, this can't all be true and the black box be true. So this would have to be the hybrid one, where it's true, false, false. And then all of this is true. But then it would still be true that the black box has at least 2 true statements that would invalidate it being false. If all of this is false, this has to be at least hybrid. And this has to be at least hybrid. So the black box can't be completely false. That means I think this could be the completely true box. This could be the completely false box. And then true statement, false statement, they're in the blue box. Okay. Neat. This is the first time drafting this door in a long time. Let's do Nook. Get ourselves some keys. Sure. I like sticking the nursery here. We'll take some ivory dice. The gallery is pretty uncommon. I haven't seen it very often. So I hope that we can get it again in this stream. If we stockpile ivory dice until at least rank 4, then hopefully we can get there, but sure. Why does it have to turn down? Do the dark room, just draft into the darkness again, but that's always aggravating. We do the dark room and then just draft over, or we do the pool hall and try to get additional foyers mostly. Do this. I still haven't gotten the trophy for the billiards puzzles, and so... Or the dartboards puzzles, sorry, the dart puzzles. Let's give it a shot. 10 times 15 rounded divided by 10 divided by 10. 1/3 of 18 rounded is not 6. Plus 1/3 of 6 rounded is 8. Plus 1/3 of 3 rounded is 10. No, it's not. One-third of 18, 6. But that's only rounded to one space, right? So shouldn't it stay 6? Rounding whole numbers to 6? And then 2 and 1, I just can't count. Is that it? It is just that I can't count. Okay. Silver key. We could just go stick the silver key in the chapel if it's locked, but I don't think it is. Let's go draft actually up from the hall, from the entrance hall. Because I'd rather not have to go through the chapel again and again if I don't have to. Broken lever's good. I don't have anything that can be combined yet. Commissary is good. Take the boudoir. Little stressful, given how few avenues we have right now. Ooh, I don't know if I want the library yet, because the I don't have a magnifying glass, and I kind of want a magnifying glass again before doing that. Dark room, again, could just end us. It has done it before, we'll do it again. I'll just go for the library. Hello, a new clue. I'll look high in this room, and I'll look high in all the rest of the rooms today, I promise. Mechanarium only would have 2 doors. 3 counting the... No, it would only have 2 counting itself. So I think observatory... Maybe the drafting studio would have been better? I don't know. What a wonky house. Do a silver key here. We want the passageway if possible. I do not want to lose half my steps. Hallway, sure. Dang. Let's go down first. Darkroom just keeps showing up, huh? Get it out of the way. Not gonna draft it yet. We'll go open this door first. All of you are bad. Aquarium is far better. But that way we still have access to the top of the house, potentially. Drafting studio, sure. There's our magnifying glass, so we can go back and read a new clue again if we want. Open the safe again. And I don't think there's any specific need to do so. Feel excellently written. Big fan. Security is big. Kennel could be big, but I think security. So we want to lower security until we can get either the key card or the breaker box. We might be able to get the breaker box here, which would be great. Master bedroom gives us steps, which we don't really need. Coat check we don't really need, but it's also just dead end we can stick in a corner. I don't want to waste my gems in the casino, so I think we'll just do the coat check. If we need the power hammer, we can get it. Dining room's pretty good here. Better than the archives, better than the furnace. Note that the furnace is, I don't know if this is how it works, but the furnace is adjacent to the dark room, so they're really trying to get us here. Car key is nice. Sure, we can call it a day in the planetarium. I think having the kennel. Cute little dogs. Gymnasium here, get it out of the way. Step in. We want the Gambit of the Queen because we're out of keys. Let's see if these doors are locked. I would be shocked if they weren't. I don't know why we're so low on keys today. Yeah, we're gonna try to get over, take the risk to try to get over here. Awful, terrible. I mean, this is a good place to try to redraw to the gallery. I don't think we have any way of getting enough coins to buy, even if the master key is there. I don't think we have any way to do that. So I think we just take the archives, and maybe this day is a bust too, so there you go. Okay. We can go look at a new clue again before we call it. Unless there's a dig spot in here, but I don't think there are usually. And there definitely isn't a dig spot in the gymnasium. We just don't have any other doors, so another bum day, but the people online said that the Foundation will cycle out eventually of this spot. And so I do kind of just accept the idea of having a couple of quick days that take care of that, hopefully. I've only checked it out 3 times. Nah, surely more than that. I just can't check that because for some reason it won't let me click and see because I'm the only one who's borrowed it. I think this is the same as the last page, it's just that he's not standing in front of it. So you can see these instead. And so I don't think there's anything... Maybe that even is just what it's... Something overlooked, but now in view, this is what they're trying to point you to with this. I think that would make sense. I don't think I have to worry too much about that, because it was overlooked and now is in view. But the problem is that none of that gave me anything that gave me more direction. All that gave me was a bunch more questions. We got the names, well, some of the names of three of the conspirators who might have had something to do with disappearing Marion. So the same day that the recording yeah, sorry, I can open this. The same day that all of the recording capabilities were cut off is the day that the major minor suspect, Bo Lee, created user databases for them and their associates. They made it under the purview of Randolph. They disappeared Mary because she disappeared on the 22nd, I think, of February. But that wasn't her disappearing because she later participated in stealing the jewels. She won't be found. She wasn't found. I don't think she was killed, though. Planned to take care of her, so maybe Hound Yu just wanted to get her out of the way, or helped her to get her out of the way.
But these guys sound like they're planning for the museum. They're planning to rob the museum themselves. And Hound Yu and Prov C are not names that could be some of the people we know helped Marion already. So I wonder if there was someone else who had designs on something else in the museum, or just that they could also have been gunning for the jewels, but I doubt that. Anyway, back to this. Assuming that this is what was hidden and now in view, I don't think we need to worry about that too much. The biggest questions we still have are these. We've seen all the signs, I think, and I don't know what dead end and major key is. This message is still a little cryptic. And then the best medicine is not yet evidence. Again, I think that might mean something. Laughter is the best medicine. Measuring the gaps is still a question. Is there something between floor plans? Unclear about any of this still. I think we've done this. I think this is pretty... And again, we don't know if there's any significance to the apple, banana, orange. This again, tomb. We want to check the tomb with the hammer. Yeah, okay. Let's go. I have a lot of steps, so there's one thing I just want to check. Looking through the top of each room too, because it might be important to look top to bottom at things. Is there some like, I guess it's the lighting that changes, makes it look like there's a textural change. We found this. I just wanted to see if I could break the boxes with the power hammer. The hint that I read about things behind, or things the power hammer was still used for, implied that these boxes could be moved somehow. Obviously, I have no idea how. But I just wanted to check if that was possible. The Great Elzara prophecy said that a great treasure would be found beneath the foundation, and it showed this spot.
I didn't notice that the elevator was labeled with the Orindian sigil, core, or whatever. In that Elzara prophecy, it refers to a black mirror somewhere underneath this, in this area, in which Elzara saw Simon standing in Sully snow, or Sullen snow. We broke down that. I don't think there's anything else we can break down in here. That one thing looks a little out of place. Whatever that could be. This just leads us to the abandoned mine, not the catacombs proper. So the catacombs are still secret, as it were. This just leads us to the across the river area that we can't do anything with. There's the well entrance that we could keep using if we wanted, but we have no need of. Okay. I think I'm at the point where I'm burning out and I'm not going to be able to get much more done today in blueprints. But we have a lot. We have more things to try. We have the key to room 8 that we know how to get to at least. We solved one of the mysteries from a new clue, and we have a lead potentially on the next one. I'm optimistic about it. I don't know if I should be, but I am optimistic about it. I'm gonna write down some of these objectives before I forget. Key from gallery. Open room 8. Take power hammer to tomb. And look for a room. Maybe we still need to open garage door. But otherwise, we had one really, really, really good day, and then the rest of the days were just kind of mid. We hope that the foundation resets so we can get access to the tomb. But we're going to go check the power hammer, and then we'll end our day in the planetarium. good times. As always, having a blast. I might be streaming Blueprints tomorrow again. I might be streaming Tears of the Kingdom again tomorrow. I have plans in the morning and loose plans potentially in the afternoon and evening. But I feel like we're pushing closer to the end. We opened one more Sanctum door today. We solved 2 more sigil puzzles. And have a lot of opportunities, have a lot of potential to unfold. So it feels pretty good in the end. A worthy stream, to say the least. And shout out again to my friend Melissa for solving the puzzles in the gallery with me. And yeah. So as always, if you like the stream, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I mostly am just playing games that I love and want to keep trying. And this has been Blueprints for a while, but I think I'm going to keep going until I get at least all 8 Sanctum keys, if not to some actual conclusion. So I'll be maybe streaming Saturday, back to Twilight Princess on Monday, and then from there, it still all depends on how my work is going. Whether I start taking on more shifts or whether I get a new job. So streaming schedule still up in the air, but I'm going to commit to keeping Mondays and Fridays for sure, and I'm still going to try to do Thursdays as binge streams for Tears of the Kingdom. So again, thank you for watching, and as always, bye-bye!